After my mess up last week with almost passing out on stream, only getting a couple hours in, I made up for it on Saturday to at least finish the first investigation day. And now, today, we get to do our first trial. Also, I'm back. Joke failed. Must trap myself in box again. But yeah, it'll be a fun time. We have almost no information in regards to Natsume. The only thing we know is that he claims Frack the Chipper. No, it's not happening, Chronos. So shush. You're gonna boop me. Wah. You better not boop. I'll boop you back. I'm just doing number nom. I know you like those, but I could do it. I'm just being silly. Ooh, heckin' cutie bee. Reed, you're nerd. What do you mean I am a nerd? Hello, Siriv. How are you doing today? Nice to meet you. What is there to reverse on? I'm not moving. That's kind of a wasted one on a visual novel game. Silly Kitsune. I got booped. Damn. I do like that devil emote though. Or that evil emote. But I am no nerd. You are. Anyways, I am ready to go. Minus 2k. Oh, Uno, but Uno revert. You spent 2,000 points on an Uno reverse. That's what. Shit. You went high up for the meme. I don't know whether to give you your points back or let you use it and say job well done. Oh man. Alright, well, I need to fix this. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I am a little confused. But we're in. Exciting time. Was able to make it up on Saturday to at least get us to the trial. And today we are doing the entire first day of the trial. That's my goal at least. And I got time for it. So trial part 1. Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. So the Adventure of the Clouded Hut. Alright, here we are. February 20th, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Literally 2 days later. We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but... For the person... Man, I yawned already. That's not a good sign today. Also, I am doing well, Sirif. Sorry I didn't answer. I had a good day at work, so I am looking forward to getting through today. And then more fun tomorrow, with a little surprise that I didn't put in my schedule. For the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating this for research may seem a little crass. Oh, Kronos! Right, you haven't gotten your second dose yet. I hope it goes well, and I hope when you come back, so you won't be gone too long, Hopefully when you come back with your second dose, you come back and listen to my story time. 'Cause that's what this is gonna be. Monday story time. I kinda like that. And then Metroid weekend. Oh, you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Good morning. I don't really have a good voice for him. Ah, Mr. Natsumi, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early. I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Oh no. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literally people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. He doesn't actually have faith in us. I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble! Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Hello, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. You know why that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. Is that only look at your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't find the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Von Zeeks? Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Von Zeeks is on the front page of every one. Wow. They're really making this that big a deal? I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gresling told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Von Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial on Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. Oh, I voiced the wrong person. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? For what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most exotic saga of the century to some of us! Oh dear, I meant no offense to Natsumi, but that's how the papers are describing it. Oh, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark international incident. No! Naomi! No! It's not what you think! Also, hi Titan! Hearts for the Titan! Here, you get hearts right now. Well, a heart. But no! I'm sorry that I get comfortable on weekdays. I wake up early in the morning. It's nothing, really. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it's an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. Oh no. I don't need a snore stream, Naomi. I'll just snore in your DMs instead. How about that? What do you think? Alright, no more. No more. It telling me that you're friends with the Reaper. Please don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. Aw, now I just made her shy. I'm sorry. Yeah, I did pass out pretty early last night. It can only be another example, Mr. Hodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh no, why do we have such bad luck? Oh, this is just my luck. Must be represented by a man with such frail fortune. Find out this lucky lawyer alive. Look at his face, man. He looks like he's clenching so hard. Well, let's not forget. Oh, that was you, Mr. Natsumi, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills. Or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Hodo Esquire. My god, it's such a long reading every time. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be by your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquires. May your dad forever! I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live! Mr. Natsumi, counsel for the defense. The count session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright, it's time to begin. Alright then, Mr. Natsumi, it's time. Let's go. Yes! Jesus. This guy is something else, I swear. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Hell yes, we are ready to go, guys. We are ready for this. February 20th at 10 a.m. And don't worry, guys, I am making sure I frequently drink some Wawa. Oh, we got our new jury. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Oh, his eyes are going nuts again. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Sao-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Oh, he's already got his wine out. Oh no. Very true. And the most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. As to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Ouch. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Oh! Well, look who's back! Look who has reappeared! You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. You two? Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. The maid? What? I'm afraid to say it. I think it's quite possible that mustache foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? Know how he did it. Don't doubt he did it anyway. Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Oh no. It's random, but man, it doesn't feel random. We have two people we've already talked to in this jury. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Noseki Natsume. I thought he was about to snip it. Not snip it, not sniff it. Sip it. I can't speak. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. And in fact, the student is accused of the most sinister act of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who's doing nothing but walking down the street. And there goes his drink. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow expression and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're going into some racism here. Oh, noes. Come on, let's get this over with. Meet with me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. Oh, great. Juror number 6, we're never going to be able to hear. He's never going to be able to decide because he can't hear shit. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Bluey's Cluey's. Bluey's Cluey's. If only. Aw, poor Specky. Alright, who's our first witness? Wait, oh, the detective. That makes sense. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Oliver Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Oh, that was really... Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Finally! We're not defending somebody for murder! Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. Okay, here we go. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. Oh my god. I'm aware of the series, and when I made the name, I didn't know it was a series in Australia. I believe it's Australia. And people have made that comment quite a bit and pinged me about that specific show. It is cute though. I'll admit, I didn't watch it, but I've seen like a couple clips. And not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything you know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Okay, so we got the case file. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in hospital yet to regain consciousness. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even this scraggly-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. Oh. Well, I guess I can be your favorites. I guess I could be your favorite series then, Haruka. Common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Alright, so a large but commonplace folding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's back. Aw, thank you, good fix. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much more to pinch him, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we're looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. Yes! Oh? If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Objection! Oh! What? Why? Von Zeeks, why do you just... What? I'm flinging my arms around... He literally just picked it up by two fingers and just yeeted it back. What? Alright. Okay, game. I see how you're gonna be. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who's being heavy-handed here. What? I know a discreet eat? No, that wasn't very discreet. There was an audible gasp when he did that. So it was very noticeable. Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Alright, we get our first testimony. At least this detective is like an actual good detective. Unlike Gumshoe. Alright, here we go. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. What do you call his meal when it's too hot? Fish and chips? That wasn't bad. I have to admit, you added science to it. So I have to like it. Just the fact that you said fishin'. Okay, I read that. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He's on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Alright, press everything. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Oh! Oh! That looks bad. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you were referring. I will take the photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. And the fact that the photographic print is colored, that's impressive. Arrow! Hello! How you doing, sweet bean? Hope you're doing good. Welcome to story time with Bluey in court. Alright, so a photograph of the scene taken at policeman just after the incident occurred. Which I could see thrust in the victim's back. Kitsune. Why? Why, Kitsune? I get it, I get it. You Nipponese are a spineless breed. Too cowardly to hold on. Whoops. Too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Aww. That sounds adorable, Arrow. Well, warm up for story time. And I'll do my best voice acting for you. And for everyone else as well. Well, forgive me, Lord Onseeks, but the defendant's not denying everything, as he put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsuki has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Is that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Burrito Elo. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. It's just I went to overtake her. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my! Photographic print in full color? What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly stab the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Alright, let's do this. So right now I don't really have any information. Oh, there's 6 statements for once. So just press everything for now. Hold it! Light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? London do be an issue. Around these parts, yes. Not something I expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I read that London is famous for its fog. In my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. Hello, Yuna! How you doing today? Me? Active chat today. I'm really happy for this. We're doing upside down lurks. Like it. I hope you're doing good, Yuna. Welcome to story time with Bluey in court. trying to defend Mr. Natsume of assault. I'd honestly say it's assault, because it's just a stab in the back. I'm not really sure what the charge is. Doing good? Well, I am happy for that, Yuna. Let's go. This I appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Attempted stabbings? Well, the stabbing did happen, she just didn't die from it. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day, I was fairly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Sounds like I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. In fact, no doubt lamented by the accused. I mean, the accused has no reason to lie. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Hold it! How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. Do you know why the cow crossed the road to get to the other side? I'm so tempted to just time you out for a second, just to get rid of that message from my history. That's correct, ma'am. Oh, weak slap. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. I know, right, Yuna? But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah! The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. Hold it! From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Colored prints. It's crazy we upgraded right to that. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition? Comatose, no less? I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial starts so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Yeah, his eyes do give a lot away. So something I didn't do. Skeleton who drowned because there was no body to save. Okay, I wanted to take a look at stuff. So... the case file. Alright, so young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. All green, female, stout build, early 20s. Payment of Briar Road, east side. Rolly Beat is the reporting officer. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs are under reserve. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. Let's take a look at the knife. Thing is, there's no blood on this knife. Wait, is there nothing to examine? Oh yeah, the tip is broken. Oh look here, Mr. Hold it just at the tip. Some piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mr. Sato. What could have happened to it? Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? No tip like most British? Oh, ouch. Oh dear, I do hope not. It sounds terribly painful. That's good to know, though. That's all there seems to be, apparently. Yeah, just the tip is missing. I want to see if there's anything we can find while it's inside. Not really much there. Like, you can definitely see the knife is out. Nothing really to look at here. There's nothing right now. So I guess we just keep pressing for information. Accused right now, scaring his belongings all over the floor. Yep. Hold it! Mr. Natsumi's belongings? I think you'll find it's all there in a photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books, they were. Irreparably damaged. They're falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. How's the one book on the other side of the victim? What do you mean? It's just... I'm pretty sure it's just that seeing her, it could... Maybe one of the books are hers? But in such a panic, he just dropped the books everywhere. That's what I think. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsumi has his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape he might have had before he even knew it was there. You say the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. Hold it! The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of scholarly attention. The books room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop the accused lodging is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road in Merchant Street. Meerschaum. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road, at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Right, that makes sense. Something like this. Okay. So we got more map info. Bourbon Books. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point the inspector just made being... hold on. The place. It would be the bookshop's name, because that's not the place he went to. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Can the man be any more sardonic? There's one book in it. No. He was on his way home from Bourbon Books. Nope. That's wrong.
Objection.
Objection. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is the receipt that we found in Mr. Nasumi's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Nasumi didn't indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
In fact, that is the bookshop that the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
Oh, it surely does. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street mat here if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Now look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly pass the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't pass the location at all. Could that be true? Oh my, that depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir, what you just said? Absolutely, it absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously you looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Mearsham Street going east. Okay, so now that we know that, there's a possibility he walked, oh, hold on, I'll show you. So, if we put the map out, he started at Your Books here. He could easily just walk down Calabash Road and took the long way here. But they can still make a case that he just stayed walking on Mearsham Street and then went this way. So it's a toss-up at this point on which way he may have went. You know what I mean? So it's not 100%, but it's something. It's clear to see now. Oh. Ha! Wait, he has another glass and bottle. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, there's no doubt he still had passed the place where the victim was stabbed. It's possible. I think it's still possible he went the other way. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate from my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Don't break the glass in your hand. Wherever the man purchased musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! As I suspected, you can't fool me. I don't suggest you try. What I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? That's no, oh no. You mustn't give up. What? What do you mean? The prosecutor's assertion is correct. Members of the jury may will decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. You must think. You must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Sasaki-san may have passed the location of the incident way home from your books, but I need to raise an objection. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. Returning from your books to his lodgings, it seems to me could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Exactly. The defendant used these streets. Look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where a victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsumi which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Oh no! You know what? You're not wrong there. Damn, you're really not wrong. I didn't think about that, Naomi. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside, wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Are you serious? I don't believe this! I'm dead. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of this court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Hold it. Oh. I agree with Lord Von Zeeks, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Oh.
Guilty.
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 Oh, that's a different voice than I thought.
Guilty!
Jesus, that was fast. Okay. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. That... Well... That was sudden. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You've served Queen and country admirably. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I got wrecked hard, but we still have a last chance. I just didn't expect it to go this quick. Somehow... Those, the eyes are quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. Alright, get composed. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will. It is the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. All the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Alright, here we go. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. For pity's sake, that little Lebanese oddie already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, I say, why he can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Oh, the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. I shot that. Broken box. No, not for the visit. Oh? With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced in Mr. Natsumi's guilt now. Oh, why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible! How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue, yes, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must think the jurors change their minds. Well, for them at least. Exactly. We have no choice. The floor is forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Alright. Let's do this. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Alright, so this is going to be a little harder, it seems. Jury examination. Defense's rebuttal. He already admitted himself, didn't he? I just want to read it all. He said that a woman reclassed for his eyes, why it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. He was attacked from behind, how dreadful. He's got nothing for me. Let's just start from the beginning. Alright, let's press. Hold it! Excuse me, but aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the sight of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. It was all going swimmingly until you started fossing it around. Bruce Fairplay was a man to repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and the young catter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock... Well, anyway, I don't know about the Hatter. At least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Alright, well, that's one person I'm screwed with. Oh dear, I wonder what's going to become of Mr. First now. Oh right, so Mr. First isn't here. I'm being classified for his eyes, so I can only been the victim.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to have seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny-lipped Nipponese man with the stirring mustache is the culprit. Let's not forget, man, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he misses stabbing her, his life is over. That's obviously a liver-faced coward. Honestly, probably the woman simply collapsed for his eyes. If that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think you have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? Ouch! God! Why? So much racism here! I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious? No one else could possibly commit this awful crime. Who else could have done it? The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Arguments are compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well, for her. Nothing there. He would have gone around the houses on his way back to the bookshop.
Hold it!
Okay. But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Hasumi could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. It seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. The nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is he went home along Briar Road. Ha! So it's convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why you might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Sasaki-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine I'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. Okay, so we need to find a reason. Huh. I got it. Let's go to Juror 6 quick. I want to see what he has to say on this. Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. All I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see? Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and ducked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. I knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Number 6, I must insist. If you add that information to your formal statement, it may be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Bruh, please. Give me something here. I sense a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again carefully. If any of their assertions are at odds, I'll put them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. Alright, I want to go to 6. Let me see. He's got green. Hold on.
Objection!
Here we go. Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable, it's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates on the day of the attack. He had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. What he does remember seeing someone appear in front of him on his way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of all this. The one who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? Why? Whatever do you mean? I'm sure you've heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my! They all realized, my goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defense saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. Quite a coincidence, I gotta say. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Oh, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you knew P? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. If that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! Wow, nice. Idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. Really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What do you say to me? It's a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days. It's a crime to slip over on the ice. It's a crime to keep up with the latest sounds and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? I'm gonna hold it. Hold on, I must apply my makeup. I must look pretty when I make my choice. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. Then I would too. What? It is a crime to change your mind, is it? Well? Alright. We got 2. Okay. I like this. That's a start. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the armor ministry to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that will make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely. That's exactly what we've got to do. Ramses is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. Ow! That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at disposal. And he cannot say a word. He can only listen, so it's all us. You can consult on with the submission examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. Wait. So we can still pit him. No, I'm Orko sending a cat among the pigeons. I'm leaning to not guilty make up for it. Let's press 4 and 5, and let's see what we can do from there.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife from Scared Up, aren't you? The landlord rents Mr. Nasumi's room. Master's wife? You get ideas, sir. I'm the maid. The maid, you understand? She's keeping that charade? This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see? It was in the letter I received. The instructions are very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he'd only been in a little over a week now. And at that time, surely must have taken stock of his character. Doesn't he like to come in with committed crimes such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? In all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. Man never speaks. Don't be startled on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. I think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. What do people say just a thing about him? Japanese Londoners being racist against the Japanese. That's all it really is. I don't know what else to say. I mean, that's just kind of how it is here. They're very judgmental. That's all it is, really. He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. Nothing from her. What kind of work to be doing?
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so's my family's. Ah, the likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're laying in the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. At the old bookshop it was. What? In there a coincidence? That's right. Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street? On the map, Mr. Ho, there are only 3 named streets. Option number 5. I need information for a statement, please. Ooh, so, okay, so if there was construction on that street, that would give a reason for him to go the long way around. What's the point of that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Ho ho. Day happened, I'll secret mission from dawn till dusk. Well, now we can pit him with 3.
Objection!
Yeah. Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Consul? Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, Misa? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsumi visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Nibbly, hello! How you doing? I did see you streaming earlier. Hope you're doing good. Well, you're still streaming. You're Nibbly, why are you messaging me while you stream? Silly girl. But yes, I am doing good. I'm enjoying this case, learning the truth step by step. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along. Haruka shush! I know Nibbly thinks I'm cute. That's all I'm gonna say. Gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. Oh my god. Nibbly! I didn't know you were gonna raid me! Ah! Oh no! Well, thank you for the raid, Nibbly! That was so sudden! Ah! Hello, raiders! Thank you for the call. Thank you for the follow, Camilla Jin. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So, raiders, my name is Bluey. I'm a variety streamer and a goofball. Veritably raided. Love you too, Nibbly. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for coming by with the raid. I really appreciate it. If all of you could try to hit that follow button. We're trying to get on our way to Dark Souls 1 streams, fitness streams, where every death will equal like 10 squats or something similar. Dark Souls 1 fitness streams. We're trying to get to 500 followers. It's gonna be painful once I do that, but I want it. Squats chat. I know, right? Can't. That ain't. Guyan, please. Why do you have to bring up the bad puns now? 3. But yes, thank you guys. I'm a streamer. I play a bunch of different games just to chill with you guys. Like coming up this week, Metroid Dread is coming out, and I'm so excited for that on Friday. So follow if you can. I would really appreciate it. Or just come by whenever you want. Doesn't matter. Just want to keep you all entertained best I can. And I do have a Discord link in one of the panels below if you would like to join the server that me and Feeny share. So all lovely people there, and you would be very welcome. Alright. I did that. Back to the game. The only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. There aren't work jack squat. Kid. These puns are gonna kill me today. You haven't seen how many I had to deal with earlier. DigiZ01, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stretch. Alright, hold up. Ugh. Oh, I sat up and I cracked my arm doing that. Oh god, I'm cracking a whole bunch of things. Oh. I am a mess. Time for puns. Oh, this chat's gonna hurt me. I swear this chat is going to hurt me. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Turn number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may? Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. It is your punishment for such a good stream. Oh my god. Story, no, Stormy, yes, please, just give me a boot to the head and knock me out, please. I would appreciate it, because these puns are gonna hurt me so much. Just go, I just turn to you, and as you take the boot to my head, and I move my head forward like this, and there we go. Penitentiary. I swear to God, I am going to mute you two if you keep up the puns. Yes, I'd like to see what this trial continues so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. There we go. We got 3. Come on, juror number 5. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. Yeah, let's go. We got it down. So what you guys just witnessed is that I had to convince the jury that in a summation examination that we should take another look at things and not declare our defendant guilty, which I just did. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say, which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. Yay! We don't really get full cheers, but you know what? It's okay.
Objection!
He objects to that? Oh, he actually took a sip. Oh, he's getting drunk. Wait, don't break it again! Shift in opinion, but there isn't a single bird on the jury. I am slowly dying here. Someone end my life. Could seem churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive discourtesy. I swear, he's either tossing his shit around, breaking his hand, or he just tosses the bottle like it's nothing. Call the paramedics. Fuck it. I'll ask Feeny to make a inverted color of my avatar just for that guy. And not really, but you know what I mean. I think it's courtesy. Lord von Zeeks. It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? Feeny is a good one. I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
What do you mean? You just invert the capture? Well, no, this is the... I can't invert VC face, as far as I know. I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That road took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Tuppence, sorry. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. See screenshots? Okay, yeah, that sounds good, Naomi. I'd actually really like to know that. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. Just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ow! Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Unsimi walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man, you can talk? You say that around 5 o'clock in the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say that as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say what this old man the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Oh boy, this got bad really quick. Order, Lord Vansix, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Uh-oh. The cape is off. Now he's serious. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What? What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. It's next witnesses? Senator Hunter, do you not remember? You've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid it's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Vansix brings to the stand as witnesses, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until his battle is over. Okay. Oh, she's cute. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Hello? Are you two gonna say anything? I know, Sleepy Bobby. He's like me when I stream sometimes. Just dozing off. No, I think the girl's cute. Personally, I do think she's cute. Oh, ouch. Constable, Rolly beat. Sir! Nothing to report on the street, sir! And he's done. And Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. We know you, Haruka. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Aww, that's awesome. Yeah, Rapunzel hair. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from mere days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. God, I would die if I had to walk 20 miles a day. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on the list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. Patrolling root vegetables? I'll leave you beat. Type/timeout. Guyan. Luck. 2 hours. No, not really. Kinda rad. Oh my god. Not actually gonna red-ish, you will. Screw it, I'm doing it. Oh, that's not how to do it. I had to do it. I had to do it. Just 1 second timeout. It's killing me that you keep doing this. Honey, I'm home. There you go, Guy loves ya. And I love that it actually deleted all your comments from the chat on the left. And hello, Kronos. No rack the jibber, sorry. But we found a married couple with a cop that's very sleepy like me. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. Oh, yeah, he would be sleepy on his anniversary, wouldn't he? For the London Bobby is a man of honor. A man of sleepiness. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, sir! Nothing to put on the street, sir! What a great witness he's going to be. He literally hasn't given us anything. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, someone posted something I'm gonna have to watch later. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. you will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir! And nothing to report after me told you was a witness. I know, right? What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary and Molly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. We were scared to think before running off. Whoops. We ran straight over, of course, and then we went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, wait, you said you couldn't see who it was before. Wait, hold on. That makes no sense. Let's complete some certainly compelling evidence, or testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Sumi at the scene. Their testimony is true. The alternative course of events you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bit chancing, and your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know. I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, life alone in body sounds very hard indeed. I wonder what else they did that night. You know what I'm saying? Oh. Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. May well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that was without doubt the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Uh-oh. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, here we go. Let's see what we can do here. God. Examine your cross? I don't have a cross, though. Okay, so let's see what we can do. Alright. Just press one thing at a time until we figure something out.
Hold it!
Change after work. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? No, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and elderly can't even apply. That sounds about right. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in this uniform. It's deep down the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly must prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. I'm telling you, they do the action while he's got his uniform on. I'm telling you that right now. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm a proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. Here's the noble founding principles of the force written on it. As a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the parting of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. Yes, sir! Just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mr. Speed puts up with a lot of being married to a knobby like me. Ooh. Ooh. He put on the moves. I see what you're doing, Rolly. Look at that. Just brings her right in, saying I want to make my woman happy. Damn. He may be sleeping, but he's got that swagger. Alright, I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Two swords appeared out of the fog and a pavement in front of us.
Hold it!
Alright. Sleepy swagger, sweepy. Yeah. Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim's picture in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see? There's been nobody else around at all. Is that right, my darling? Yoink! Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is a dead street, and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. You're right, he is like a doll. Before sleep tings hole, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir! As a cop who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir! Look at her! She just swoons over him when he's like this! Damn, why can't I get a girl like that? I mean, I sound silly and girls just swoon over me. I would love that in my life. Well, you make me jealous, game. She. God. Maybe she's nuts for a man in uniform. Maybe if I wore clothes. I do wear clothes. Alright. The avatar doesn't have clothes on. But I know what you're trying to say. I just don't wear uniforms. That's not me. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. Nudiform? It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume did it. It was seen all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Nude and in blue? That might be me. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. Oh, wait, whoops.
Hold it!
Hold on. Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer to realize what it was. Didn't we, darling? Yoink! Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir! The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photograph print. her Santa's neck? Oh god, that sounds brutal. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. When we saw him, it was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless one with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and he ran away. I see. Oh, the sound effect. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court, this is an ambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue. Yes, sir! And he's down. Of course, and then went for help in the nearby police box.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yoink! Oh yeah, I hear the neck cracking. What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help for the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush! Isn't he, darling? Ow. Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir! Let's move on, shall we? We're not getting anything out of this. It's definitely a Japanese in the dock, rolling up both songs clear as day. But... That doesn't say anything. Hold on. It can't be clear as day. We don't have anything to go with that, though. So we just have to press more. Sure you would be able to see his face by the light of the gas streetlights, would you? We absolutely... Oh god! Don't strangle him! We absolutely could! Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know! Right... Light from the street lamps was more than enough! My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog?
You're famous for it across the globe, I believe. It's an absolute menace to those who are said to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is, it is! That's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm! Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see? That's why we can tell you for sure that it's certain it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Ow! Yes, it was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir! As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really doesn't seem so Mr. and Mrs. Speed saw what they say they saw. Starts assuming running away from the scene of Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after his testimony. Oh no! Then what do we do? Kazuma-sama were here. What are you trying to say? I think you were trying to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? Your statement about seeing Mr. Nasuhi is unequivocal. Only other question won't help. But if you gotta find some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them. Make sure you doubt their pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? That's about right for Ace Attorney. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course, what is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony! Is that right, is it? Well, out with it! What? No, oh no, it's really not that at all! Oh my god. Girl, relax! Ow! Like, I adjusted and it hurt my leg. Ow! Every time I do this, I just hurt myself more! Oh! My husband's a policeman, remember? I know what I saw! I remember every last detail, everything, like... Oh, I know! What about the books the man dropped? I can tell you names, every single one I could, every single one! You dare question how reliable your testimony is?
That will do, Mrs. Beat.
No, it won't do at all! That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of! Even if I decide to forgive him for assaulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will! I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down! Jesus Christ, this woman! Oh my goodness. Perhaps you would like to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat?
Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord! That would settle things nicely! Wouldn't it, darling? I think that's a yes. Okay, so we're getting a new testimony. These are the four... Well, that was easy. I mean, I could... Yeah.
Objection!
Alright. So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture, a monster somebody, what's it earrings, a meal for someone, and the thingamy something. I'm sorry, Miss Pete, but there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no! What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be! I saw them! Oh, I know it is! Yes, you can't fool me! Sorry? It's a big old lump of a dead body! It's a larger corpse blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all! Let's at least try and remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Miss Speed. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you describe. Why not? Fascinating. And from your shirt tone, something you can really substantiate with evidence, I presume? Ah, evidence. counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused didn't drop full books? Well, it's this.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt.
From your books?
Yes, this receipt details Mr. Sweet's purchase that day. As you can see, only 3 books are listed. No! Therefore, Mr. Sweet would only have dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no, no, no! No!
Objection!
Oh, he's pissed. It's plainly evident that it is your power of seduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah! So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife in her entirely accurate testimony, in every respect. Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Stop throwing your glass in there! Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. What? What? Wait, why does that book look burnt? I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Adam Smith, 451. Thank you for following as everyone starts freaking out here. Thank you, thank you. I know, new evidence. Oh my goodness. Order, order. There, you see, look at that. Look. Yes. It's just like I said. Isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Miss Beat, titles once again, if you please. Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other? The picture of Monsieur the Coy. The cock. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabriel and... Gabriel? I don't know how to say that. Thank you so much, Adam. If you have Discord, I would appreciate it if you join the Discord with the link below in one of the panels. Join me and my string friend Feeny server. All friendly people there. I really appreciate it. And now, we are only 25 followers away from reaching the goal. Let's go. I think. Well, yeah, right now it says it's I got a random message too. Oh, I got a gifted a sub to Nibbly, I realize. As the court just heard, the witness remembered the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat Power's recollection can only be described as exceptional. hear that, Rolly? Gentlemen, pay me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books in the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print.
I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I need water, hold on. I wonder what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the council, please, court, please, counsel.
My pleasure, my lord. The second crime scene photo has been entered. So a second photograph of the scene taken by policemen just after the incident. It specifically shows the victim's hand. A book entitled The Lion's Pride discovered in the victim's hand at the scene. The Lion's Pride? The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend, but your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? Walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pot. Marry me, Pot. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. What a simp. Alright, to be fair, Colonels, they are married already. They're married. They were on their 1-year anniversary that night. And you know they got busy. You know what I'm saying? Why do I always do that voice when I'm making a sexual joke? You know what I mean, Chronicles? This trial's run its course. Sir Hodo, I'm afraid we are in a terrible precarious position. Angry female horse. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Mare rage? What else can you think? What do we do now? Let me take a look at things quick. The book does seem like it's bad. Like, it looks like it's burnt off on this side. That's definitely the Lion's Pride. Can I see the book? Oh yeah, look! Oh, look at this! The book isn't badly burnt. You're right, you'd never be able to read in this state, especially not the latter pages. Whoa! No, no bonk! No bonk, Naomi, I'm sorry! What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage has occurred very recently. A book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? There we go. Back cover badly burnt. And she's practically holding the burnt part. No! No, no bonks, please! Let me see, it's a book titled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So let me something I've heard. Wait a minute! The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before. Very recently, too. It's don't I recognize two, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, it's gotta be from those two. Bonk or boink? Wait, what's the difference? I'm raising an objection.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense. What? I got booped instead? Alright, I guess I'll take a boop. And you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. Bonk is with hammer. Boink is on the bed. Oh. I see. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down a debate at this point. Ooh. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. But... For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh! I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato. Please. Point that badonkadonk. I don't have a badonkadonk. I don't know what you mean. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have you all overlooked this matter you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Ooh. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their meanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So you must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Oh, he wasn't expecting that. Well, the defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight in this case, hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
Can I present the book as we examined it? The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Ah!
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist you elaborate, counsel. You identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. Yeah, he didn't like that we were given a chance to explain this more.
So, counsel, precisely where is the item clue in this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Right here.
Got it!
Oh, that's a new one. Got it? I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you... God gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp!
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching was clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
It's a big question. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh! Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, she was to assert this fire damage some veiled clue as to what happened that day. Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage the story book has suffered?
Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping in her hand and she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to, and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Oh gracious, how can you possibly...
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Oh, I like his rhyme. I prefer that over puns.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
I have one answer. John Giradeb.
Take that!
Moonhead, exactly. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Giradeb. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in his courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Giradeb herself.
Oh my goodness! Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not
Mr. Giradeb's wife, I'm his maid! Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Giradeb's house?
I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This one was the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
Nope. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Giradeb's house.
Good lord! What's our incident, Counsel?
A fire, my lord. Here we go. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. He actually lost the book, but where did the book go to? The Lion's Pride.
My child, the very same title of the subject is dissipated. Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is risible. All of you told the court that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. and entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense. I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrett was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrett even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a thing against me, sir. I thought they were about to kiss. Had all my favorite old novels in this case. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, and staring at incoming 10 to the dozen. Right, books were being thrown out the window. The man had his back up against the window, and he had been burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Gyardeb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Gyardeb household. But it's not conceivable that the window was open at the time in... Not even remotely. Let's not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No longer would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Ah! Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you honestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gyardeb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. What are you gonna say now, That's quite enough. Juror number 4. Uh-oh. I hope that everyone could see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster! You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward! A mean coward! Really? You know, a little tipsy, set up the little neighborhood light? Honestly! Claim that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance sake? How could you? What nothing to do with this beastly case, or any of it! We've done solely our family's name! No, I assure you, this was never my intention. Dragging an upsetting citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. Ow! Why did you smack him? It's like what my mom does to me sometime. She just randomly hits me. But like a slap, not forceful. Let's just say that right now. I should box your ears, that's what I should do, it's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now? Listen to this nippity spouting out his fancy foreign theories. But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly stab the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. He ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry? What's that? A playful bap. Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Von Zeeks? One more drink for the road. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the 4th book still hasn't been... Really? Stop showing your legs! Wait, hold on. Don't just put your leg on the desk like that, on the table like that. That's rude. Just showing his boot. There. You know what, Stormy? If you were here, that's the boot that would be going to my head right now. Hold on. Let me just do this. See? I am just... I'm dead. Back over here, where I can continue to be a nerd. There you go. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Oh boy.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Do we do another summation examination? Oh, no's again? Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now, it's over. Mr. Hollow, don't give up. Mrs. Sato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another submission examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense exercises right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to recover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Alright, we're doing another. That's to be continued? Oh god. This is a long trial. Alright, we're in part 2 now. Well, part 2 of this trial. Let's go. And it is very trying. I have considered the defense counsel's request for further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to the procedure. No, I wouldn't say it's the most trying. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? Here you are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Alright, so second time's second time's around. I didn't think there could be more than one, honestly. I thought we'd be screwed. The juror's contentions. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Worry me, it was only a little book. I'd be life-threatening you with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, it'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Wait. Alright. Guys. I have a theory. Okay. Hear me out here. What if there were more than just books thrown out? What if... I'm not sure. I'm not so certain about this though. What if it's possible, yes, it's a game theory, that besides books, what if she threw a knife out the window and it somehow hit her in the back? That have the knife go with the book would actually be a good explanation. Because you gotta remember, the knife is also missing a piece. such a knife time. Oh god. Back to this, huh? But that's gonna be my theory for now. I don't see it really working, but that's gonna be a guess I have. Let's just go with it and see what happens. Yes, considerably more. I do sometimes use bar knife as a bookmark. I definitely don't use knives for bookmarks, but maybe the lion's pride had a knife in it? That could definitely seem likely. True, Guyan, you're right. But right now we have no evidence to show for that. Yes, considerably. Actually, let's check the court record. I want to examine the book. Can we open it? No, you can't even open the book, so there's no way to check. So we just gotta keep going for now. Simply more tangible arguments for all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. I learned student friend was able to find fault in the previous witness testimony. I didn't see anything in the photo last time. We would have been able to show it by now at this point. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover... And he burned it again. No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential to establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how would it constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those two details are all you need provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. Sir, although you have to do it, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Before I'll establish the facts. Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Inosuke, focus your mind now. 2 smacks, let's go. That's gotta hurt. Clearly the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Should I say Mrs. Girdeb? We have a book that disappeared from the Girdeb's house on the evening of the incident, and a 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. So everything I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Girdeb, how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Oh. Do you double wake up slap? Alright, hold on. Hold on. I'll do what he did. I'm gonna turn this up. Oh, this is almost maxed out. Alright, mic is maxed out. I gotta take this off briefly, but let's see if you can hear it. Oh yeah, you could hear it. Ow! Okay. There you go, I slapped myself for you. The defense's rebuttal. Okay, so... No, I saw the mic react. I'm fine. I'm honestly fine. 2 great smacks across both cheeks. Alright, so we have to see if she reacts to anything.
Hold it!
So, as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? What, Titan? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said? That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nippity's fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this towel is about. It's on the deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say. Oh boy. If there was some novel alternative explanation of how it stand, I would reconsider. Now let's press again.
Hold it!
So you might be able to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such a lie on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. So when you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. I have one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, will you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelming suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. And despite one or two minor puzzlements, I can declare the man's overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, would you say? Overwhelmingly. Well, those modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd be only too happy experiencing a new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. It's time for us not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right, I'm glad you're only rational there. Alright. Those closed.
Hold it!
Window might have been open. What about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can we be so sure? The prosecutor felt Laura said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are a joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. As long as it's like seen by fire and stay warm, see? You couldn't categorically state the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. There would have been. They wouldn't have opened it. Now, then what's the point of even having the windows, huh? So you can kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility the window was open. This young man isn't going to budge otherwise.
Hold it!
I want to listen to the other two still. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? There's futures at stake here. You and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some breadies with me tonight, you'll find me falling face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me? My missus isn't one to mess about, no. She could be fierce, believe you me. And another shining example of marital bliss then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well,
I lost my dick privileges that day, just saying.
I'm telling you, he lost his dick privileges that day. He's not getting that back. You know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. B will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mrs. Sato. There must be some way Jock is worried about this. Let's do this.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability of this case? Sorry? What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. I had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Oh my. That's I didn't know that was devil worshipping. Of course not. It's an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. I didn't know birthday cakes started in Great Britain. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out.
Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. Sounds like it. And by the sneeze is presuming a cold, but how do you catch a cold from a fire? The Oscar was the grandchildren. Must them threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. Oh, the ancient Greeks, huh? I didn't know. Because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course. We had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows... The biting with it rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. Oh, good to know, Guyan. I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. You need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Simi, attacked the old man on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. I'm honestly convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes, I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. Someone might have. That's the spirit. I never did press her though, so I want to see what happens.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? What flames of lava will have you know? There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. He brought it upon himself. He's playing with fire to portray fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. Nah, I'm thinking the same thing, guy. We're pretty much thinking these things at the same time. Don't worry about it. You are fine. But I think the argument might have risen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Scaredeb. Never you mind that. The point is we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more. Now I won't have any more of these suggestions that there was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? It seems to be turning a hair at Mrs. Scaredeb's relentless onslaughts. I wasn't so used to it. What gentle soul he is. Wait. I want to listen to something. Let me try this again. Does the same? That's what I'm thinking. You're fine, Kronos. Okay. Well, I can pit that.
Objection!
I can at least pit those two. These two jurisdictions clearly contradict one another. You? How exactly, Counsel? Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me! What's that you say? Speak up, lad! Speak up! You're number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. I'm taking a question. At the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Scaredeb household. And Mr. Scaredeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my!
What? Whoa. Uh-oh.
Excuse me!
I'm gonna pursue that. Turn number 4, do you have something to say about that? Oh god, she has so much tea. Mrs. Garrett. Oh dear me! What's the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. You're terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. As an excuse for Mr. Naruhodo, you managed to establish that the window was open. Let's go. Someone must have added to Mrs. Garrett's formal statement. Okay. Well, there we go.
Objection! Hold it!
That's wrong. Whoops. That's complete nonsense. Oops. Major, don't forget, an educated man, and there's no contradiction as far as I can see. I should have pressed, not... Whoops. Oh, my controller, no! It's very important to listen carefully every juror, Mr. Naruhodo. Then you can decide where the contradictions really lie, if there are any. Whoops, that was my bad. I jumped the gun there, for sure. Alright, so let's, press.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrett told us he'd been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of Lion's Pride that you'd been reading? I did. Well, there we go. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. I was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Tea chugging Melee. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because you could, you insolent little man, I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. I really don't. Really knows I was doing a book, which is the title of it. Oh?
Excuse me!
What do you have to say? What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. Ah! It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flying back. Oh, you calling your granny, you cheeky devil! I'm as scared of her or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. Oh man, poor guy. He's abused in the house. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You hadn't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. Wait. Wait. Knife. Oh shit. Oh shit! No words, just terror. Well, I have a new theory now, but I'll let this play out a little bit. could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. Oh, Charlotte's going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. Women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Although you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and refined. No, I wasn't thinking that. How so largest people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Sweating intensifies. Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be very significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Let's go. I'm in a rage will throw almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. Attack your archer and nemesis. She was chopping meat with it. Had tiny edge on it, I believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile that she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There's a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub? I'm sorry? My brain's hurting thinking about how she could throw a bathtub. Like, I'm literally losing consciousness thinking. Okay then. Your voice must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first thing that we're so obsessed with in this country is followed by some clever lads who've been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory. I don't know. I say ladies first is just being courteous. You have to be a gentleman to the lady. You know? What a terrible thought. On the face of it, Mr. Steven just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Oh, here we go. Okay. So can we pit...
Objection!
Got it. These two things clearly a deeply significant connection. Oh, grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain counsel at once. Your number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? Whatever do you mean? Alternate explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Geardup's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Geardup household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Geardup could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. You listen here, you Easter Gala. As for mystery, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object makes its way out of the house, but what? What is it? Represent it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make. I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. particular object that found its way from the Gyaradev household to the scene of crime was... I think it's the knife. I think she threw the knife out the building and it landed in her back. That's why it didn't kill, because it wasn't... There was no stabbing motion. If there was a stabbing motion, it would... That person would have tried to plunge the knife deep in. But it just landed in her back.
Take that!
That's what I think. Journal number 4. Mrs. Scaredeb. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Oh. Oh, Lord Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was launched into the victim's back, man! My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Scaredeb were in the throes of an argument. And Scaredeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who was backed up against the window. The window had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. I can't seriously believe that! The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out the window and crossed the street to land neatly in her hand? Oh, I missed it, said a guy named like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Oh! Mrs. Scaredeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh! Oh. Is she okay? My lord! I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. I'm gonna pick up the book, then the knife landed. Oh, that could be a possible theory. Like, she didn't just fall straight back. Like, she saw the book land. That's actually a really good point, Kronos. Maybe that's what happened. Because as I think about it, yeah, if she was just walking that one direction, the knife wouldn't have been able to hit her back unless she turned to pick up a book. That's a good theory. I like that. Well, whatever. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman! I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Nice! Got 4. Holy crap! We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! Well, that was definitely a very different thing, because we had to listen in as we pitted other comments against each other. You're smacked? That was definitely a more challenging summation explanation. I like it. So I'm gonna have to really think hard in the future. Because there's a lot more going on with that than just pitting comments against each other. So as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, right. I forget about that. Now the Novaziks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? Yeah, so this trial's rapidly descending into a farce. He's drinking. took a nice sip. Like a corked wine. The first few sips are bitter enough. And there it goes again. But what follows is so repugnant it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. Let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Gyardeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Gyardeb's house to the scene is yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. But 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, this smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards, landed on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the cleft victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow in their identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ah! Get up! There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mr. Sato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Oh, great, she's getting fired up. Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy. What the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Gyardeb must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. He's alive! Translation from a juror? Wow! Is that even possible? Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
And there goes another bottle. Why? And unnecessary. Lord Von Zeeks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. Oh, well maybe... Well, apparently this doesn't really happen, so... Would it change Skyen? Because we don't know what their law is like back then. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir! Constable will really be pulling for duty, sir! Oh. They really have, testimony. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now. Sir? I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so wrong, these London Barbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, really, my hero? You make me swoon. God, saying a girl voice and saying somebody makes me swoon. That feels so weird. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh. And all of the witnesses to the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir! So he's finally fully awake. That's good. Well, not fully awake, because he's closing his eyes a bunch. Constable Beats report. Chronos, please. This case was nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Scaredad. Believe me, Atlanta Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Geared Up house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch out, but my trusty Willie was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Really?
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Ah, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. At least he's not calling me Nipponese anymore. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Scaredup's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, its wings open along the upper edge, you see? Wow, so it doesn't really open that much. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. The casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good, your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already. That can't be. Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
Oh my goodness. My lord? Oh good, in our desperate situation. Holy crap, this is just getting worse and worse. Alright. Let's do this. Nothing to do in this.
Hold it!
Just press everything. How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To control the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. And this is why I can't stand here today with my long-suffering wife and tell you what Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sir! Oh, Ronnie, you're so manly! Of course I am, my darling Patricia! Oh, Pat! Oh, Rolly! I swear to God, but if he never took his eyes off the crime, how did he... Oh! How how would he have known? No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gerdeb? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I'll answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. So surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Gerdeb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get to that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you, all your countrymen, to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to the end, sir, be happy to lend you my one card for your perusal. Oh, we got evidence. Oh shit, we're gonna get evidence. Alright, well, Kronos, to be fair, they didn't investigate that building until they knew they had a suspect in Natsume. That's the reason they know about the window. You love my accent, Sonny? Thank you. So, yeah, that's why they know. And to clarify, she's not dead. She's in comatose, though. So yeah, again, this is not a murder trial for once. Thankfully. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Alright, so we got his warrant card. Identifies Lynn Bobbies contains the rules of conduct which she must adhere. Alright, so I want to take a look at that. So let's see. Examine. Policemen will strive to persevere or preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations to help detectives. Also worm off the string? Huh. But this is not his beat. It wasn't his beat and he was off duty. So he shouldn't even be investigating. That's a theory I have. But I'm gonna have to keep pressing for now.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir! They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Gerdeb's house is furnished with? Kronos, look! They asked a question. Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Oh? Well...
Excuse me!
Arpat, do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. You must understand me, please. We were just so lucky we didn't have that raised beat. We're so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that's Jade Briar Road. That's the boundary between Grover's Beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? And he's asleep. Constable Beat. Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Gyaradev household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir? That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. When Aura picked up the book, the knife then struck. The victim of pain stumbles across the road. No, that kind of worked. Her ability to do chores. Chronos, I don't think she could have stumbled across the road. Because, think about it like this, Chronos. He was walking behind her. And saw her fall. And he dropped the books when he saw her fall. Because the only explanation, or the only other way that could have worked, the only other way that would have worked is if there was another person, or Rolly, in all honesty. Maybe Rolly moved the body over from one side of the street to the other, and then moved all the books around. That's my only guess, but that seems very far-fetched. I don't really know. Puzzle, I wonder if you could clarify something. We'll see, Chronos. But I think there's more to it than just that. If the Gyaradev household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is well? Outside Mr. Gyardev's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. No, that's fair, Chronos, but... No. Well, yeah. I can show you quick. Hold on. So, this X is where the body was found. And this is where they're claiming it would have fallen to. I'm thinking it's possible... Like, even though you've only been here after the trial, Chronos, you're making me think of possibilities. So don't worry about it. I actually really like that. I was unaware of that. Just think, the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road. We've never been able to go for that meal to celebrate a wedding anniversary. So he wouldn't have to do the paperwork? That's not for Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies. Honestly working for the benefit of all Londoners. You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my boy for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Okay. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat. The board... Oh. Hold on now. Now it's my turn, I think. Wait. Wait. But this house isn't his jurisdiction. I I present this now?
Objection!
Nope. Darn. Sort of. I didn't see any drag marks though. That's the weird thing. There's a lot that's going weird with this. So I'm gonna press on everything first and try to figure this out from here. Here's only seen it. According to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Chloe and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky looking for a lucky star. Sorry? A star that would guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming bucket across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I had seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. I'd probably be an inspector, I've said 3 times at least. Well, of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir! That is correct, sir! Sure, this nice guy in London is starless, sir! It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Did we see him go fetch help, but I trust he really was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Wait. Oh, wait. You guys are making me think in reverse. No, no, no. Here's the thing. The body. So, if we're thinking that she may have been on the left side of the road, the body would not have been in his beat. But the body was discovered on his beat. Wait. Okay. I gotta think about this quick. Hold on. I'm actually really struggling to think right now. So... oh, never mind. It's just outside of his beat. Because the Gyarados house is his beat. So the body moved outside means it wouldn't be. Okay. Never mind. Actually... I'll wait for now.
Hold it!
Disturbed. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. They would have had to cancel dinner. Okay, yeah, I see. I see. Just give me a second. I'm gonna turn on my AC. It's getting a little hot in here. And I'm starting to sweat a little bit. It may not be summer anymore, but it can still be kind of bad even with the fan running. So, I'm gonna make sure it's cold in here. Just so I don't die. Oh my god. Chronos. Of course I say sweat and you freak out. Silly boy. And that gives me time to adjust myself. So let's see. If it had been really beat, I would know exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expecting the location of every police box and every beat. Sal really told me the way. Only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. God. Oh, please. I feel that's a mood. as a mood.
Oh, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my role was at the scene the whole time, make sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front. Are you sure?
Hold it!
Nothing to report?
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me.
Oh my... Alright, Naomi, shush. I was saying, a woman that's easy to swoon over. Not necessarily her specifically. I didn't say everything about her. I still think she's cute. I'm not going to deny that.
Curator me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Geared Up household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim?
Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As you can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her bag and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really... I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make me testimony any less valuable. I just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman, my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. My god, she's gonna screw herself up again. Perhaps the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that! A Japanese man thinks a policeman's slight sword counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I'll let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beats. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
I know what I saw. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though. Alright, so what did you see?
Hold it!
Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That alien saw clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any funny books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear.
You also mentioned something about
having a poor sense of direction? Ah, oh god, I cracked my jaw yawning.
Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up in the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Oh?
Excuse me!
Rolly? What do you have to say? Constable Beat, is there a problem?
No, sir. No problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, is all. Oh? You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way? On the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box and the nest beat over for mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back instead in 10 minutes. My darling was gone a good 15. Oh, really? You're such a tease. The reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Oh, he's so romantic. He saved up for with farthings and happenings he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I forgot all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Oh yes. But that was just between us. I'm not talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was that all about? Why are they being suspicious like that? Someone's being sussy. Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer you useful insight, Mr. Naruto. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I know, sussy baka. I'd like you to add details about your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. My god, there's so many statements. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and was losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
Oh? You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. I was so upset. I ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting a light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report to the policeman Speedy was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see? And that's when I spotted the bouquet again. I realized when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near his victim's body at all. In case you're reminding Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a divorce call me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right, silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Oh no, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't how it got there, I really can't. So in case I want to move from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Uh-oh. I think we got something here.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. The beautiful Rose Burley bought me. That exchange for the gutter. That exchange for the gutter he spent so long collecting. Sweet. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Wait, what? They have it? Oh! Oh! Yes, that's it! This bouquet really bought me for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Interesting now.
Tell us, Lord Von Zeeks, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Gyarados household. In front of the Gyarados house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be a no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
No. President Patricia Bean for her husband Rolly. The shock of seeing the sad victim caused he dropped the rose where she stood. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Grief! Perhaps Professor said I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat.
New evidence, so let's... Hold on, I want to take a look at the rose now. What's this bead? English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Can I take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruto? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps we should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree-based, for example? No, you don't get a Pepsi. We don't even know exactly what happened, Kronos. We still gotta figure that out. It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Hodo. Oh, I suppose because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no, I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Susasan, you do love your cakes. Anything? Oh. Whoops. Nothing really to discover here, sadly.
Hold it!
Let me see here, quick. I need to drink it all to save the cute tiger. This? Yes, the whole idea of the invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. I think I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book had no business being at the scene of the crime. Making sure that Mrs. Scaredad was hiding something from us. It's becoming increasingly clear someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about the mysterious affair. Oh crap, I missed it. Maybe the victim was under the window, Blue Boy was me Pepsi, and someone from the street, only a Coke. I think I can just present the rose on the final. Let me try that.
Hold it!
Oh, wrong button again. Damn it. I gotta skip. I meant to present. Hold on. Sorry guys, I meant to skip this. But you have a good night, Kronos. I hope you get some good sleep. And hopefully the second dose doesn't disturb you too much. I hate it when I press the wrong buttons. No Beppis? Aw. Alright, so...
Objection!
Aha! There we go. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes regarding the scene. That cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the key you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where Rigdon was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, a single starry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager.
Objection!
But that doesn't work. But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? Aha! No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the case belonged to me. It's nothing to do with the case. That's why I really didn't mention them, sure. No, because sadly, it's not only a bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case, mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Miss Beef's bouquet, there's Mr. Geardub's book. Mr. Geardub's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife. It would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony you've heard, Miss Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. When in fact, it was found on that side. It was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mrs. Geardub's house. There's no logical explanation for those things. Unless somebody deliberately moved them. Uh-oh. What are you trying to say? When you're talking, sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wondering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Miss Geardub's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Geardub. But deliberately meddling with the scene of crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo? Uh-oh. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For very subtle, but compelling reasons.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with that scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying responsible to tampering with the scene of the crime? It's obvious. Broly. Oh good, she's 21, so I could date her if I wanted to. For once. A cute girl that's of age. It's really big.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. The Oswald Rolly beat, it was you. What, a policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? Nonsense. Why would my Rolly do something like that? He's no one straighter than my husband. Oh, so you know he's super straight. So you never tried to peg him then. Gotcha, Trisha. I understand. Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch an officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. No, she's not a waifu. I'm just being silly, Naomi. I don't even know if I actually have waifus. What nonsense, it's all lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him, he did it.
Objection!
And he couldn't have. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. Forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. Your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right, he's right. My husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Until you do, your accusation of it and be threats. But we got a reason. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruto, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court that motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord.
Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Pretty certain. Where the victim fell to the ground. That's what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Wow, he actually got shocked.
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked?
Femme Bluey? I don't know about that. I don't think I wouldn't be into self-cest.
What are you talking about? Tell you where you start, didn't we? People Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It's right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Yeah. It's not. Wow. Me to wonder where this monstrous trial will end, Counsel. I know if. Ruka, don't talk about the show. That show. That's your assertion that Core's dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Oh, now you call this Nipponese again. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Here.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road?
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mrs. Garradeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. These witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it. My own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening, already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. You saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted to the crime scene. He looked all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He looked everything, in fact. The pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Von Zeke said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet. It was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. Objection? Robo, no! I don't see any objections here. And that is the defense's theory about what would really happen that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat? He's not moving. I think he's gonna break.
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, really? It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
Oh, he's gonna get destroyed. And not in a good way.
I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things that I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed.
He just admitted to it. He literally just admitted to doing that.
Only it seems... it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly!
It's true! He moved the body!
Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, really, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything.
I have a possible explanation for why on that particular evening Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How can you possibly know? You foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Von Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far.
Ha ha ha, get fucked.
I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motives for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
It's this right here. The jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Moved the body outside of their jurisdiction so they didn't have to stay and help the investigation. Just so he can be with his wife.
Take that!
I realize I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, the patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
A1, done like steak sauce. I haven't had steak in forever. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Yeah, steak is good. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford the simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal, when he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just on one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B put up with a lot of being married to a Bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, policemen must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. everything you said. It's all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh,
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Pete's beat.
good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The girl could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. I've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered under his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why?
He broke down and just had to fake it. Oh no.
It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever's on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. It's the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street and then...
Wow. So he really accidentally did it. And he had it, and just guilt. So much guilt. Oh, he dropped it. Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Aw, I feel so bad. He's a good guy. It's just the situation really sucked. And he freaked out.
yeah, so he moved the body because he didn't want to lose his dinner with his wife. Good night, Kronos. Now you know. At least it's Pepsi over Coke, because I do like Pepsi.
Constable, I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly, just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your eating celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to an entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
True. He would have tried to help her if she wasn't dead. Oh, I see your meaning now.
Oh, God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pot. No, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped into such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th, me the one that fell from the window upstairs in the geared-up household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
And all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. There we go. It was in the victim's hand the whole time. Oh god, how much longer is this case gonna be? I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see? There were only the two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the world would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. Aww. My lord? Yes, Lord Von Zeeks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir! Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What become of my rollie? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir? You mean to say... Leave, now. This trial's not yet over. So... sir! Is he not gonna get punished? The Reaper has a heart. Oh shit! He actually has a heart. Whoa, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Never thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that. Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Saseki Natsume, is the only person who possibly committed this crime.
Objection!
Nope. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is something else. Someone else. Yeah, exactly, Guyan. Another person could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Von Zeeks, is this true? Yeah. Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. There we go. We'll name this other person who could perpetrated the crime. It's Joanne.
Take that!
She's the only other person. The defense would once again like to request a cross-examining a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's apparent that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joanne Garadeb. Me? Oh dear me!
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And clear the smoke from the room, there's an open window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the piano open
up-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Scaredeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Ugh. I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, I know the jiggle fizzes on her cheeks, right? The man over there, well, that regalious and members of the jury needed to testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of seeing that at all. Juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just common old garter knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying? What are you saying, please, Miss Scaredeb? Uh-oh. You listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife in, that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruto, if I... Ooh, my throat. Give me a second. Okay, I might be at my limits soon, guys. Holy crap. If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh! Prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Von Zeeks. I'm going to have to testify? Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. I actually am out of water! Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh dearie me! So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Scaredeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Wow. We actually both agree. This is such a strange feeling. First time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. Well, to be here, I did drink the rest of my water right before. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. No! There's no to be continued? Oh. Alright, hold on. I gotta see what... Oh no, there's no to be continued part of this. Hold on, I'll go grab water quick. I'll be right back. I can't do this much longer though, guys, seriously. I'll be back. Okay. I'm back, and I'm reading chat right now. Gaia, I can save whenever I want. I just wanted to save when there was I just wanted to save at a to be continued part. Like, I thought this would be part 3. So I'll play a little more and see what happens. I'm also gonna eat this quick, just to have something in me. Nom, 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 nom. Mom. I will. I'm just enjoying this story, you know? Seeing where this trial's going. No. It's just a cereal bar. Just something small. Witness, state your name and occupation. Honestly, I feel better just from eating that bit.
Oh, yes, my name is Joanne Girdab. I'm, well, mature and such like.
It sounds like she doesn't know she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. You understand, madam?
Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. I know, she has the teapot always. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Tune up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Why is he here?
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Hello, John.
Only you in the room that day, old thing, was it?
Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But your knee, dear.
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. You're not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John. I presume you're Mr. John Girdab?
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action, now living a quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? You're not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse in the day in question. Ah, well, yes. Quite.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. Recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
So, at once. Alright, we got more testimony. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of skirmish. I can't recall the reason now. We knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's sack really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Ooh.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Well, entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the orders of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses meant to be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Once these may well be right. Whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to cover the truth, Mr. Naruto. Alright, this is our last one, so I'm just gonna stick through to the end. Yes, I'm afraid so. Because otherwise, I'm ending stream too early. I could do this. Water. Very well, counsel, begin your cross-examination. Yeah, that's basically it.
Hold it!
Alright. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Gyarados. A rather passionate note, in fact. Mrs. Gyarados found the note, discovering her husband's little secrets. She gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, what chap says he can't recall the scene? It's come DC not to drag it up. Besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. A likely story. These waters run very deep. What will transpire next after these multiple blows to the face? Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. It's got out though and got the window open. Oh wait.
Hold it!
Alright, so they admit to opening the window. And the fire also spread some items of furniture, did it? Didn't it? A bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. It just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a three-story house. Townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. I had to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant is not assuming you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine? Being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours. He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up where I could have my drawing. Even though the room was on fire, as far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When one wants to throw, she must throw. That's most certainly not true of Susato takedown, Mr. Naruto. How did you know I was thinking that? Cause yeah, you do throw with that takedown. Let's be fair. Something quick. So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, cabbage, garlic, towel, and a sponge, a napkin. Oh?
Excuse me!
Uh-oh. Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Gyarados! Don't shoot! Sorry. I beg your pardon? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. Somewhat more solid than she applies. Books, bricks, and the fire poke. She threw a fire poker?
Oh. The fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She'll direct it with everybody. Ah! Good grief, we're not at home now. It's Sakura Law.
Oh, dear me. I'm so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with the teapot in here? They actually talk about it.
Honestly, John, I would never have done such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How are you supposed to happen,
Your pipe, sir? Your pipe, sir?
I was thinking in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. I would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
You're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. Could be important.
The defense believes Mr. Gyarados' remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed. Common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Oh my.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Here we go.
I hope I didn't speak out of term, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. So we have some evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Well, thank you for that. Rebuttal, Mr. Gyarados. Now if we could turn to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
So I noticed one or two went missing. Hold on. I want to take a look at this now. It's right there.
Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn out give it a shake.
What's this? It's like fragile metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it could be... Hey! We finally found it. There's a small nick out of the bowl here, look. Appears to have been made relatively recently.
See how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? Clearly well-loved pipe.
Yes, you're right. It seems to be recently that being well-loved goes hand-in-hand with gaining some battle scars. I don't know Nick's catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new. Just look at everything. It looks to me to start to see with that bandage around it, doesn't it? For some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me. Like a strange shadow of warning. Maybe because it's the same blue as Mr. Gyarados' dressing gown.
I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Gyarados.
Yeah, basically her good case closed.
Given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Either that or he can't afford to replace it. Probably can't afford. This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Gyarados' pipe.
And it looks like a tip of a blade or something.
Tip of a blade?
Something wrong, Mr. Naruto?
I don't really know. There's just something niggling me. But I can't remember the thing or what it is.
Perhaps in that case, we want to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again.
Oh, you know what? Can we examine the knife again? Maybe we'll talk about it more.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto, just as a tip. Oh, a piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait, if it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. Remember this?
Ah, that's a tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Gyarados' pipe.
Yes, and just maybe.
Oh my,
He's a perfect fit! Somehow, I just knew it. Well, there we go. Easy then.
Objection!
That's it. Mr. Gyarados, can I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? You used to call me Did back in the regiment, of course. That was some time ago now, when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does. Dear me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter, every other word. You must be very dizzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gyarados' pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is somewhat related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I can't smack, I have a headset on. No, I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence would compare to this fragment of metal allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Nope. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is a very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gyarados' pipe. Oh. Oh, heart attack. He had a heart attack. Good grief, Ludwig. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Golly gosh! Golly gosh! That's better. Oh no! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. Miracle? Von Seeks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Gyarados' pipe? Something that was clarified to us in the most recent witness testimony. I had this thing in my hand as usual the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Gyarados flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Gyarados, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of her blade found its way inside Mr. Gyarados' pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. short, this knife which fell from the window of the Gyarados house is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back of the street window. Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh. Oh. Oh boy.
Objection!
Really? You have an objection to this? I thought you were with us now. I know, more wine. Full body theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points blossoming arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable what? For God's sakes, explain yourself.
This is the inconsistency you claim to have identified.
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah!
That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joanne, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let's consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Yeah! But, however, she simply bent over to pick up the book, and that put her back in direct line of the knife.
That's right, you see? That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well, just lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked this theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen? They're not sure.
It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder.
If there is even one inconsistency cannot stand, your theory, my learned friend, is history. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely. Just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Mr. Sato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your eye went blank. If the path we were on is indeed correct, then way will present itself. The game is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance of your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Ooh, here we go. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way they could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying?
Counsel?
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness.
Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... it should be this photograph.
Take that!
Yep. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. Burnt book? Is that not Mr. Gerard's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, ooh, this music is so triumphant, let's go. Sir, how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photograph clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know now, it's the police constable to put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the upside of the road. That's true, however, as part of his testimony, Constable made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. Clearly, that must have been before she suffered the fight wound. Well, I should say so. Being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? Chico. I think I'm beginning to see what may happen now. Dear me. You know that the book fell from the top floor of the Gerda household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, in exactly that moment, no one was walking along the street in the light fog. All of a sudden, the book fell right in front of her. The book I threw? Yes, Miss Scaredub, what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down. Yeah, and picked the book up. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh, heavens! The woman reached out and picked the fallen book up. What position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, just drops down on her back. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. At that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Never. He appeared to Mr. Natsume, and the woman simply collapsed on the floor. Mrs. Gerda did beat up her husband with a lot of different things. Maybe there was a dildo there. I actually don't know. Hi, Acid, how are you? But the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Oh! The other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So it never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. We did it. Let's go. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Scaredub? The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. Beat with 4 pounds of silicone, oh god. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Mrs. Scaredub?
No, of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? It's just an accident. I take full responsibility. Let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's alright. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. Sorry!
Oh, nice, he caught Otter. But having some trouble picking her up, it seems. And his back is very... Oh my god, his butt got burnt too! He has a burnt butt! Oh no! Oh, that's funny.
Lord Von Zieks, what news of Mrs. Scaredub?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. Alright, see ya, Acid. Thanks for dropping by. Bye, blue boy. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. We just had word from the hospital where the victim's being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful! The woman's out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Yes!
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was assured that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? I thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, or a doctor, for the police. I got scared. That's all I can say. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit can work here, I think. But arranging up unfortunate mishaps. We will be fooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Von Zieks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
Oh!
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
in concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the form of the street, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Oh, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, about time.
I see. I'll have a call. porker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Yay!
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Oh, he does have a
guilty.
voice.
Not guilty.
Yay! Not guilty. Fire, shush.
Very well, Mr. Seki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty!
Woo! Did it. And we got the fireworks. And this feels very proper. Woohoo!
And finally, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, yes, Lord Sir.
You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture, and may you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, of course. Ah, my life. I swear I'll never step foot in a courtroom again. I'm... Strike word, 2, tears.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
Holy crap, I did it. I actually got through the entire case. Oh my god. We're almost done, guys. See, I would have missed like another half hour of stream. Well, I had to finish this. 3:17 p.m. So we went in-game 5 hours. Oh, look, Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there no locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has come rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last, I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Thank you, Haruka! Handy, hardy, happiness, rah! Oh, I am pleased. This Natsume's delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Oh, what happened to the woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm glad everyone can see that now. Yay, thank you! No, not that! Molly, Royal, Locum, Lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. From high up windows, I see them looking down at me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you local lawyer, give me gloom to boot. Give me gloom to boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. Apparently Gaian's a penguin now. Huh. You bowed to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. When I beheld that blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "You're the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering. We're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? That's what's become to all my hard work. Oh, there you are, my dear fellows. Hey, Sholmes, you made it! I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what pleasure to see you. I see I'm not here a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh! His trial should begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No, that my haste was in vain? Oh. Ah, it's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Asumi, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes? I get the reference. No, I get the reference, guy, and I just didn't see it at first. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place a curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Erlach Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. And I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady who ran off, are you not? Ah. Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have been regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless! Oh, I am sorry, really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Saseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper! Ah, Lord Von Zeeks, I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. If you found not guilty, you're still doomed! It will be alright. It will all be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! Wait, why throw me? The perfectly executed Susato takedown. Did you see how he turned towards me? Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mr. Sato. Oh my god. I love how he turned slowly towards me. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh! It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. There's so much about the wealth of literature here and the sea has shaped. I've come to realize it's my calling to stay at home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Oh, or in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I'm compelled to return to my roots, intent to pen and work on my own. Oh, I see. Work of literature by Saseki-san. Could be an interesting read. That'd be cool. And he's gone. And what about Mr. Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan on the constable's pamphlet? Oh yeah, we still have that, don't we? We return to Japan alongside your mustachioed compatriots. Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now this feels we finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before bankrupts us. I've calculated only 410 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it really makes up for it with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. My, an evil spirit? Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the Green Detective's office attic! I'm too overcome for words. So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out, then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say. Thank you and yes. Wonderful. And out though, and complete the paperwork for your formal lease, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Hell yeah. Yeah. Doing great. Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But welcome, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Saseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. This is it. We're almost there, guys. Oh, I'm gonna die. It's almost midnight, but I can do this. The attic room. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I really like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small setup, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Whoa! Look at him without the hood. He's kind of handsome. Like, you can actually see his hair. Like, he looks good. If I was gay, I'd be all for him. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much. This delightful room, Mr. Sholmes, I simply adore it. Good, I am pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. Now everyone's hungry, it's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You be in charge of the salad. Splendid. Salad? So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Lucky for you, your pawn. Fair enough, Haruka. He knows precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Oh? Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. With the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. A lot going on with London, as we can see now. Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murky that lay behind it. And let's go! We did it! We finished episode 4. Yes! We have our own office now. Let's go. Now, I had help with you guys. So, it's late. I am glad I did this. We finished the next trial, and we're on to episode 5, the final episode for the first game. Yes, it will be sleepy time. So, we will start episode 5 next week. I do thank you guys for being here, Nibbly for the raid, Digi, Chimera John, and Adam Smith for the follows. I really appreciate you guys for doing that. I'm definitely gonna need to rest as soon as I'm done. I'm gonna go find somebody to raid, and then I'm going right to bed. Hold on. I think I'm gonna raid Moss actually because he's doing horror, and watching a bean be scared is funny. So let me put up Moss's stream. And here we go. Everybody have a good night. Give Moss plenty of love for me. I really appreciate it. Just watch Moss get all the spooks. So take care and have a lovely night, everyone. See you tomorrow for Deathloop. Take care. No. No. God damn it. God damn it. Take my... Oh, bro. Take him off, bro. Wait. ASMR-esque? ASMR-esque? What do you... Oh. Oh. How?